everyone. Give me a second. I'm back. That second? Or is that more? Easy day today. So much more today. You know when you're so tired from work that you can feel the tiredness in your bones? That's what I'm feeling right now. I'm 39 years old. But I really wanted to keep reading this one. I've gone to 148 pages and there's about, I mentioned this before, there's 354 pages. I'm not even halfway done, but I'm close to it. So, and this is kind words. I think this is just a game about you writing messages to other people, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this is about writing encouraging notes to other people. Dear. Your dead looking eyes. I think it's endearing. I don't know if that's mean or kind, but you know what? Thank you. Yeah, that. Okay, I'll try to be more serious with my responses. But you're a deer, so you're not my target. Sorry if you're a deer. Okay. That's me. It's already a sequel for this game, so I don't know if people are still playing this game. I guess we'll see. Maybe one day I'll go into one of those videos of people going to that games. If it's still online at that point. Happiness. I don't want to lose my friend to different depressive episode. I hate having SPPD and dislike. Yes. Hmm. Is very done. There. Also, itu kan masih susah. like this one. Okay, let's read a couple. Let me read a couple of pages, then we'll see another request. Currently I'm at Chapter 2, Part 3, Oriental Residence and Scholarship, the Requirements of Lexicography and Imagination. And I think I've read the PDF version of this in the online library up until the earliest Oriental methods began directly the Orient in a solitary arrangement of their European habits of mind and spirit. Orient was overvalued for its pantheism, its spirituality, its stability, its longevity, its primitivity, and so forth. Scaling, for example, saw in Oriental polytheism a preparation of the way for Judeo-Christian monotheism. Abraham was baby-Jew in Brahma, yet almost without exception such a esteem was followed by a humanized and democratic backward barbaric and so forth. Followed by a counter-response. The Orient certainly appeared lamentably under-humanized or dehumanized, anti-democratic, backward, barbaric, and so forth. A swing of the pendulum in one direction causing equal and opposite swing back. The Orient was undervalued. Orientalism and appropriation grew out of these opposites of compensation and correction based on inequality. Ideas nourished by nourishing similarities, the culture at large. Indeed, the very project of restriction and restructuring associated with Orientalism can be traced directly to the inequality by which the Orient's comparative poverty or wealth besought scholarly scientific treatment of the kind to be found in disciplines like philology, biology, history, anthropology, philosophy, or economics. And thus the actual profession of Orientalists enshrine this inequality and the special paradoxes it engendered. Most of them are individual enter the profession as a way of reckoning with the Orient's claim on him, and most of them do his Orientalist training over his eyes, so to speak, and what he was left with was a sort of debunking project, by which the Orient was reduced to considerably less than the eminence once seen in it. All this is one to explain the enormous labors represented by William Muir, 1819 to 1905, for example, or Reinhard Dussy, 1820 to 1883. And the impressive antipathy in that world to the Orient, Islam, and the Arabs. Characteristically, Renan was one of Dussy's supporters, just as in Dussy's volume History des Muslims, the Spaniard. This like concrete, les Andalus Parles, Moravitz, 1861. There appears many of Renan's anti-Semitic strictures, compounded by 1864 by volume 19 that the Jews 24 was not serving, but Yahweh, but Allah, which was to be found in Mecca of all places in the Islam of Muhammad, 1858 to 1861, and his decalcate, his rise declining from 1891, are still considered reliable monuments of scholarship. Yet his attitude toward his subject matter was barely put by him when he said that the Surah of Muhammad and the Quran are the most stubborn enemies of civilization, liberty, and the truth which the world has yet known. Many of the same notion had to be found in the work of Alfred Bleyal, who was one of the authors cited approvingly by Cromer. Even if the Orientalist does not explicitly judge his material as Dussy and Muir did, the principle of inequality exerts its influence nevertheless. It remains the professional Orientalist job to piece together a portrait, a restored picture of one of the Orient of the Oriental fragments, such as those unearthed by Celsius supplied material of the marketship, community, and vigorous arts, constructed by the scholar, for whom scholarship consists of self-confronting the unreal, un-Occidental, one history of the Orient with outwardly chronicles, portraits, and plots. Passing the Persian essay sur l'histoire des Arabes, avant et language, pendant l'époque de Mahomet, 3 volumes, 1847-1848, is a wholly professional study depending for its sources on documents made available internally to the field by other Orientalists, principally Sali, of course, or documents like the text of Ibn Khaldun, on whom Qasim relied very heavily, reposing in Orientalist library in Europe. Qasim's thesis is that the Arabs were made of people by Muhammad, Islam being essentially a political instrument, not that it means a spiritual one. When Qasim strive for scholarity amidst a huge mass of confusing detail, those foreigners out of the study of Islam scarcely to hit one-dimensional portrait of Muhammad. He is made to appear at the young tower, every step has been described in precise photographic detail, in the redeeming nor a prototype of Prophylus. Qasim's Muhammad is a man appropriate to his Islam, the fittest version of it, is an exclusively political movement. Contrasted by the innumerable citation that Qasim up and in a sense out of the text. Qasim's intention was to leave nothing unsaid for Muhammad. The prophet is thereby seen at outright, with both of his immense religious force and of any residual power to frighten Europeans. The point here is that as a figure for his own time and place, Muhammad is effaced in order for a very slight human miniature of him to be left standing. A non-professional analog to Qasim Muhammad is Carlyle's among forced to serve a thesis totally overlooking the historical and cultural circumstances of the prophet's own time and place. Although Carlyle possesses, he says clearly the product of someone arguing for some general ideas of own sincerity, heroism, and prophethood. His attitude is salutary. Muhammad is no legend, no shameful sensualist, no laughable petty sorcerer who trained pigeons to pick peas out of his ear. Rather, he is a man of real vision and self-conviction, albeit an author of a book, the Quran. There is a wearisome, confused jumble, crude, impolite, endless iteration, long-windedness, endangerment, was crude, incondite, insupportable stupidity. In short, not a paragon of lucidity and stylistic grace himself. Carlyle asserts this thing as a way of rescuing Muhammad from the pentamid standard that would have condemned Muhammad and him together. And Muhammad is a hero transplanted into Europe out of the same barbaric Orient found wanting by Lord Macaulay in his famous Minute of 1835, in which it was asserted that our native subject has more to learn from us than we do from them. But Qasim Macaulay, in other words, was that the Orient need not cause us into society, so unequal of Oriental to European achievement. The Orientalist and non-Orientalist perspective coincide here. For within the dogmatic field that Orientalism became after the philological revolution of the early 19th century and outside it, either in popular stereotypes or in figures made of the Orient by philosophers like Carlyle or stereotypes like those of Macaulay. The Orient itself was subordinated intellectually to the West. As material for study or reflection, the Orient by all the marks of an inherent weakness. It became subject to the vagaries of miscellaneous theories that use it for illustration. Cardinal Newman, an Orientalist, used Orientalist Islam as the basis of lectures in 1853, justifying British intervention in the Crimean War. Here found the Orient useful for his work, marrying Animal 1816. The Orient was usefully employed as conversation in the various salons of Paris. The list of references borrowing and transformation that overtook the Oriental ideas is immense, but at bottom what the early Orientalists achieved and what the non-Orientalists in the West exploited was a reduced model of the Orient suitable for the prevailing dominant culture and its theoretical and hard after the theoretical practical exigencies. Occasionally one comes across exceptions, or if not exceptions, then interesting complications to this unequal partnership between East and West. Karl Marx, a terrified erosion of an Asiatic economic system in his 1853 analysis of British rule in India, and then put beside that immediately the human depredation introduced into this system by English colonial interference, capacity, and outright cruelty. In an article about the article, we have done with increasing conviction the idea that even in destroying Asia, Big tech was making possible there are real social revolution. As time pushes us right up against the difficulty of reconciling our natural way of humans as fellow creatures to the suffering of Orientals, while their society is being violently transformed with the historical necessity of this transformation. Now seeking as it must be to human feelings to illustrate myriad of this is Marx quote. Now sickening as it must be to human feeling to illustrate myriad of industrious patriarchal and inoffensive social organization disorganized and dissolving their units, thrown into the seas of wars, and their individual members losing at the same time their ancient form of civilization and their hereditary means of subsistence. We must not forget that these idealist communities, inoffensive though they may appear, had always been the solid foundation of Oriental despotism, that they restrained the human mind within the smallest possible compass, making it the unresisting tool of superstition, enslaving it beneath the traditional world rules, depriving it of all grandeur and historical energies. England, which through in causing a social revolution in heat of time, was actuated only by the vilest interests and was stupid in her manner of enforcing them. But that is not the question. The question is, can mankind fulfill its destiny without a fundamental revolution in the social state of Asia? If not, whatever may have been the crimes of England, she was the unconscious tool of history in bringing about the revolution. We broke up but still talk as lovers. I know I can miss him. It hurts because I don't have any friends and he's the most genuine friend I've ever met. We still love each other. It was me by the way. I didn't feel like we were right. holding our attention quickly, creative rather than productive. I am just done tonight. The support tomorrow. Beautiful. The freak I used to see her bed. I used to see this, still don't get it. Okay, that's what I'm going to answer that. Kita tuh dulu. Whatever Peter the spectacle of the crumbling audience involved may have for personal feelings, we have to find a point of history to explain with clarity. Okay, there's an English translation, thank God. Should this torture and torment us bring us greater pleasure, or not through the rule of teamwork, so default without measure? The quotation which supports Marx's arguments about torment producing pleasure come from the Stotzlicher D1 and identifies the source of Marx's conception about the Orient. These are romantic and even messy with. As human material, the Orient is less important than as an element in a romantic breakdown-big object. Marx's economic analysis are perfectly fitted to those two standard Orientalist undertaking. Although Marx's humanity, the sympathy for the misery of people are clearly engaged, yet in the end, this dramatic Orientalist vision that wins out. As Marx's theoretical socio-economic views become submerged in this classically standard image. England has to fulfill the definition of India, and the struggle, later integrating, the relation of the Asiatic society and playing out the material foundation of Western society in Asia. The idea of regenerating a fundamentally lifeless Asia is a piece of pure romantic Orientalism, of course. Yeah, I think that's part of the old white savior complex. But coming from the same writer, we could not easily forget the use of reinforced to statement is punishment. It requires us first to ask Homer's moral political Asiatic force with the British colonial rule and then get skewed back towards the old inequality between East and West we have so far known. Second, it requires us to ask where the human sympathies come, in the wide frame of thought of this pure multi-religious vision that exists to us. formidably propagated realization with Orientalists like many other early 19th century thinkers conceive of humanity either in large collective terms or in abstract generalities. I think generalities become unfortunately part of a lot of Western thinking, whether it's liberal or conservative. Just unfortunate. Orientals are neither interested in nor capable of discussing individuals, instead artificial entities, perhaps with their roots in hereditary populism, predominate. There are Orientals, Asiatic, Semites, Muslims, Arab, Jews, races, mentalities, nations, and the like, some of them the product of long operations derived from the Renaissance world. Similarly, the age-old distinction between Europe and Asia, Occident and Orient hurts unique very wide levels every possible variety of human plurality, reducing in the process to one or two terminal collective abstractions. Marx is no exception. The collective Orient was easier for him to use in illustration of a theory than existential human identities, or between Orient and Occident as if in a full self-fulfilling proclamation, only the personal most collectively mattered or existed. Now the type of exchange, severely constrained to it may have been, was at hand. That Marx was still able to sense some fellow feeling, to identify even a little with poor Asia, suggests that something happened before the labels took over, before he was dispatched to quote it as a source of wisdom on the Orient. It is as if the individual mind, Marx in this case, could find a pre-collective, pre-official individuality in Asia, find and give in to its pressure upon his emotion, feeling, senses, only to give it up when he confronted a more formidable censor in the very vocabulary he found himself forced to employ. What that censor did was to stop and then chase away the sympathy, and this was accompanied by a lapidary definition. Those people, it said, don't suffer. They are Orientals and hence have to be treated in other ways than the ones you've just been using. Or was how sentiment therefore disappeared as it encountered the unshakable definition built up by Orientalist science, supported by Oriental lore. Example 31. Supposed to be appropriate for it. The vocabulary of emotion dissipated as it submitted to the lexicographical police action of Orientalist science and even Orientalist art. An experiment was dislodged by this dictionary definition. One can almost see that happening was Indian essay. There was finally occurs in that something forces him to scurry back to Goethe, there to stand in his protective Orientalist Orient. In part, of course, Marx was concerned with vindicating his own thesis on socio-economic revolution, but in part also he seemed to have had easy resource to a mass body of writing, both internally, consolidated by Orientalism, and put forward by it beyond the field. That control any statement made about the Orient. In chapter 1, I tried to show how this control had had a general cultural history in Europe since antiquity. In this chapter, my concern has been to show how, in the 19th century, a modern professional terminology and practice were created whose existence dominated discourse about the Orient, whether by Orientalists or non-Orientalists. So, because the belief of the Orientalism or the East has been there since for so long, since even the ancient Greek and ancient Rome, a lot of the prejudice that was built from those ancient times was carried by the teachings of a lot of the experts at that time, which is philosophers and then also scholars and academia like Goethe, Renan, and then I forgot the guy from France. Well, a lot of them, a lot of also modern philosophers, even Nietzsche, right? They carried the Oriental belief that is not based on reality but based on their prejudice against the East. So even in more modern discourse of the East also carried those prejudices because that's what they've been taught over and over again for generation upon generation that it become common sense to treat the East this way, to treat them as not their equal. That can happen to Karl Marx, which is one of the early person who saw what capitalism is doing, which is to exploit the weak, exploit the lower class. That's bad. Facing remembers or instances of the way Orientalism fashion, respectively, a body of times and a philologically rooted process by which the Orient took on discursive identity that it unfold the West. So mark is the case by which Orientalism engagement was dissolved and usurped by Orientalist civilization, we find ourselves having to reconsider the process of lexicographical and institutional consolidation of the peculiar Orientalism. This operation that was previously discussed earlier according to the definition of competent education would present self-esteem minimum insatiable validity for the discussion. And since you must also show how this mechanism operates specifically and effectively for the solution of experience that otherwise contradictory, you must always show where they went and what concepted by the rest. And this is a very comprehensive interpretation we describe. This and complies to may and create discipline across all its competitors and acquire authority for its traditions, methods, and institutions, as well as general cultural legitimacy for its personalities and agencies. But we can simplify a great deal of the sheer narrative complexity of the operation by specifying the kind of experiences that Orientalism typically employs for its own ends and representative wider than professional audience. In a sense, these experiences contribute to one I describe as having taken place in social renown. Whereas those two scholars represent a wholly bookish Orientalism, since neither claims particular expertise with the Orientalism too, there is another tradition that claims its legitimacy from the peculiarly compelling fact of residence in actual existential contact with the Orient and critical terms, the Napoleonic expedition to find the traditional against contours. Of course, these further after written in a sequel influence of all Orientalist response. These contours are the ones of European power. The result in the Orient is to live the privilege not of an ordinary citizen, but of a revolution that the European empire, French or British, contains the Orient's military, economic, and above all, cultural arms. Orientalism as collective views are thereby fed into the description of the textual attitudes we found in Renan and Cecil. Together, the two experiences were considered a whole life in which no one other than one, and the ground in which no one can avoid. Placing the Orient enforced personal experience and personal testimony to a certain extent. The intellectual Orientalism is consideration as a non-experience and testimony that converted from purely personal document into the moving codes of Orientalist science. In other words, within the text, there has to take place a metamorphosis from personal to official statement, the record of Oriental residence and experience by a European nation. Orientalism-wise is purely autobiographical, graphical, and engage on description in favor of description on which Orientalism in general and later Orientalism in particular can draw beyond on exploration to conservation of description. So one of the things we can watch for is our explicit and personal development of personal sentiments about Orient and official Orientalist statements. The institution is enriched and complicated by the fact that the 19th century, the Orient, and especially the Near Orient, was a favorite place for Europeans to travel in by car. That developed a fairly large body of Oriental-style European literature, very frequently based on personal experience in the Orient. Flowers come to mind definitely as one prominent source of such literature. Damn it. Literature also came. And literature is one of the earliest entertainment, and as you guys know, entertainment had to have a way to travel further and faster, more than academia, more than education. Since those contain Orientalism, which contains this graceful view of the East from the West. It's only going to lead to bad places. Disraeli, McLean, and Kinglake are three other obvious examples, but what is of interest is the difference between one that is converted from personal to professional Orientalism, and the second type, also based on residence and personal testimony, which remain literature and not science. It is this difference that I now want to explore. To be European, the Orient always involves being a consciousness set apart from and unequal with its surrounding, but the main thing to know is the intention of this consciousness. What is it in the Orient for? Why does it serve itself there even if, as is the case with writers like Scott, Hugo, and Goethe, it travels to the Orient for a very concrete sort of experience without actually leaving Europe? A small number of intentional categories propose themselves schematically. 1. The writer will intend to use his residence for the specific task of providing professional Orientalism with scientific material, who considers his residence a form of scientific observation. 2. The writer will intend the same purpose, but is left willing to sacrifice the eccentricity and style of his individual consciousness to offer impersonal Orientalist definition. It's later to appear in his work, but they are disentangled from the personal vagaries of style only with difficulty. 3. The writer for whom real metaphorical trip to the Orient is the fulfillment of some deeply felt and urgent project. His type therefore is built on a personal aesthetic at any kind of project. In categories 2 and 3, there is considerably more space than in one of the play of a personal or at least non-Orientalist consciousness. If we take Edward William Landsman's and Custom of the Modern Egyptian as the preeminent example of category 1, Burton speaks limits to Al-Madinah and Mecca as belonging to category 2, and Malthus views an Orient as representing category 3. There are deep spaces left in the text for the exercise and steps of authorial presence will be clear. And that's why I read so slowly, because it's a lot. Let's read one or two more. Let's reply to one or two more later. Just sometimes because I'm a mistake of that. It was a thing of the something. I don't know why that was bothering me. It doesn't matter. Just remember that. What's a childhood memory that really stuck with you? You know what? I'm 39 after all. And I've been through a lot. So not a lot of good things that I remember. If it's from childhood. How is this the hardest question to answer? God damn it. Remember. With no back. Sense of impending doom. That's rough, man. Flight Simulator again. I'll be back. Talking with my family, and then my boss also contact me, so let me reply him first. full-time jobs, I guess. Because I'm streaming, I'm reading book, making videos about it, and that's my 9 to 5 job. That is. And I'm still doing now at almost 7 p.m. It is what it is. There are differences, like all these three categories are not so separate from each other as commonly mentioned, although each category contains pure representative types. For example, work in all three categories rely upon the sheer egoistic power of the European consciousness at their center. In all cases, the Orient is for the European observer, and what is more, in the category that contains lens Egyptians, the Orientalist ego is very much in evidence. However much his style tries for impartial impersonality. Moreover, certain motifs recur consistently in all three types. The Orient as a place of pilgrimage is one, so is the vision of Orient as spectacle, or W. Fun. Every work on the Orient in these categories tries to characterize the place, of course, but what is of greater interest is the extent to which the work's internal structure is in some measure synonymous with a comprehensive interpretation, rather than thematic, of the Orient. Most of the time, not surprisingly, this interpretation is a form of romantic restructuring of the Orient, a revision of it, which restores it redemptively to the present. Every interpretation, every structure created for the Orient then is a reinterpretation, a rebuilding of it. Having said that, we'll turn directly to differences between the categories. When put on the Egyptian was influential, it was frequently read and cited by Flaubert among others, and it established its author's reputation as an eminent figure in Orientalist scholarship. In other words, Len's authority was gained not by virtue simply of what he said, but by virtues how what he said could be adapted to Orientalism. He is quoted as a source of knowledge about Egypt or Arabia, as Burton or Flaubert were, and are read for what they tell us about Burton and Flaubert over and above their knowledge of the Orient. The outer function in Len's modern Egyptian is less strong than in the other categories because The other function in Len's modern Egyptian is less strong than in the other categories because his work was disseminated into the profession, facilitated by institutionalized with it. The authorial identity of disciplines such as his is subordinated to the demands of the field, as well as the demands of the subject matter. But this is not done simply or without raising problems. Len's classic, on account of the manners and custom of the modern Egyptians, was the self-conscious result of a series of work of two periods of residence in Egypt, 1825 to 1848 and 1833 to 1835. One uses the phrase self-conscious with some emphasis here because the impression Len wished to give was that his study was a work of immediate and direct anecdote and neutral description, whereas in fact it was the product of considerable editing. The work he wrote was not the one he finally published, and also of considerable variety of quite special efforts. Nothing in his background seemed to destine him for the Orient, except his methodical studiousness and his capacity for classical studies and for mathematics, which somewhat explain the apparent internal neatness of his book. His preface offers a series of interesting quotes about what it was that he did for the book. When the Egypt originally to study Arabic, and after making some notes about modern Egypt, he was encouraged to produce a system report on the country and its inhabitants by a committee of the Society for the Diffusion of Useful Knowledge. From beginning himself observation, the work was changed into documents of useful knowledge arranged for and readily accessible to anyone wishing to know the essentials of a foreign society. The preface makes it clear that such knowledge must somehow dispose of the existing knowledge as well as claim for itself a particularly effective part. Here Len is following his polemicist. He must show initially that he did for others before he either could not or did not do, and then that he was able to acquire information both authentic and perfectly correct, and thus his peculiar authority began to emerge. While Lane tallies on his progress with the Dr. Russell account of the people of Aleppo of the war, it is obvious that the description of the Egypt in his is his main antecedent competition. But that work, confined by Lane to a long footnote, is mentioned in contemptuous quotation mark as the Great French War on Egypt. That work was admired too philosophically general and too careless, Lane says, and Jacob Burckhardt's famous study was merely a collection of proverbial Egyptian wisdom, that best of the morality of the people. Unlike the French and Burckhardt, Lane was able to separate himself from the natives, to live as they did, confront their habits, and to escape exciting in strangers any suspicion of being a person who had no right to intrude among them. Lest the Lane, having lost his objectivity, goes on to say that he conformed only to the words, his italics, of the Quran, and it was always aware of his different from as essentially alien culture. Thus, while one portion of Lane's identity floats easily in his unsuspecting Muslim sea, the submerged part retains its secret European power to command on, acquire, possess everything around it. The Orientalist of Orient without the opposite being true. What he said about the Orient is therefore to be understood as the description of their one-way exchange. As they spoke and behaved, he observed and wrote down. His power was to have existed amongst them as a native speaker, as it were, and also as a secret writer. And what he wrote was intended as useful knowledge, not for them, but for Europe and its various disseminative institutions. For that is one thing that Lane's prose never let us forget, that ego, that first-person pronoun moving through Egyptian customs, ritual, festival, infancy, adulthood, and burial rites. Similarly, both an Oriental masquerade and an Oriental device for capturing invaluable, otherwise inaccessible information. As narrator, Lane is both exhibit and exhibitor, winning two confidences at once, displaying two appetites for experience, the Oriental one for engaging companionship or good sense, and the Western one for authoritative useful knowledge. Nothing illustrates this better than was privately observed in the preface. Lane there describes his business principal informant and friend, Sheikh Ahmed, a companion as curiosity. Together the two pretend that Lane is a Muslim, yet later Ahmed comes his fear by Lane's audacious mimicry, and he go through the motion of playing by his side in the mosque. Lane's final achievement is preceded by two scenes in which Ahmed is portrayed as a bizarre gladiator and a polygamist. In all three portions of the Sheikh Ahmed episode, the distance between the Muslim and Lane increases, even as infection itself it decreases. As mediator and translator, so to speak, of Muslim behavior, Lane ironically enters the Muslim pattern only far enough to be able to describe it in separate English prose. This identity as counterfeit believer and reverse European is the very essence of bad faith, but cannot undercast the former in an uncertain way. Thus, what seems to be effectual reporting for one rather peculiar Muslim thus is made to appear by Lane as the candidly exposed center of all Muslim faith. Nama is given by Lane with the betrayal responsive with Ahmed, all the other will provide him with information. One matter is that the report seems accurate, general, and dispassionate. It is presented and claims that Lane was never infected with heresial apostasy. Finally, that Lane's take cancel the human content of the subject matter in favor of its scientific validity. It is for all this end that it is organized, not simply as the narrative Lane's residence of Egypt, but is narrative structure overlaid by Orientals through structuring in detail. This item is the central achievement of Lane's work, and not only shape. Modern Egyptians follow the routine of an 18th century novel, say one by Fielding. The book opens with an account of country and settle, followed by chapters on personal characteristics and infancy and early education. Then a chapter on such things as festival, laws, character, industry, magic, and domestic life, residual section, death and funeral rites. On the face of it, Lane's argument is chronological and developmental. He writes about himself as the observer of seeing that follow the major division in the human lifetime. his model is the narrative better, as it is in Tom Jones with the hero's birth, adventures, marriage, and implied death. Only in Len's text the narrative voice is ageless. The subject, however, the modern Egyptian, goes through the individual life cycle. This reversal balances the individual endorses himself with timeless faculties and imposes on society and people a personal lifespan. Despite the first of several operations revealing what might have been a new narration of efforts in foreign parts, bringing an outless text in the municipality of exotic display and a playground for Oriental scrutiny. Len's control of his material is not only established through his dramatized aspects as fake Muslim and genuine Western love, and his manipulation of narrative voice and subject, but also through his use of detail. Each major section in his chapter is invariably introduced with some unsurprising general observation. For example, it is generally observed that many of the most remarkable peculiarities in manner, custom, and character of a nation are attributable to physical peculiarities of the country. That's what is called racism. What follow confirms this easily. The Nile, Egypt's remarkably salubrious climate, the peasant, precise labor, yet instead of splitting the natives at native order, the detail is added to, and consequently the native government expected on purely formal grounds is not given. In other words, although the gross outline of Len's text conforms to narrative and casual sequence of perfect flag, this special detail introduced during the sequence itself for a narrative movement. For general observation, the delineation of some aspect of Egyptian character during formal Egyptian childhood, adolescence, maturity, and senescence. Len is always there with a great detail to prevent smooth transitions. Shortly after we hear about Egypt's salubrious climate, for instance, we inform that few Egyptians live beyond a few years because of fatal illness, the absence of medical aid, and oppressive summer weather. Then after we are told that the heat excites the Egyptians, an unqualified generalization, to interference in sensual enjoyment, and soon are bogged down in description complete with junction line drawing of carrying architectural decoration, fountain and locks, when a narrative stand and re-emerge, it is clearly only as a formality. There's a habit from a lot of Westerners to sensualize the East. I think the Asian fetish is one of them, and then the other one, which is way more gross, is passport proof. People from the West who think that women in the East is more neat, more traditional, is fuck. That's why they then went to the East, to Asian and to other places to find certain type of woman that they think they will not find in places like the West, where they think is more progressive just because they're the West. It's psychosexual projection. What prevents narrative order at the very same time that narrative order is determining a vision of Len's text is sheer overpowering monumental description. Len's objective is to make Egypt and the Egyptian totally visible. To keep nothing hidden from his reader, to deliver the Egyptians without depth and swollen detail. As a culture whose spoken against for sadomasochistic colossal details, the self-mutilation of dervishes, the cruelty of judges, the blending of religion with licentious non-Muslim, the excess of libidinous passion, and so on. Yet no matter how odd and prosperous the event and how lost we find its dissing detail, Len is ubiquitous. His job being to reassemble the pieces enables us to move on, albeit jerkily. To a certain extent, he does this by just being a European who can discursively control the passion and excitement to which the Muslims are unhappily subject. But to an even greater extent, Len's capacity to rein in his profuse subject matter with an unyielding bridle of discipline and detachment depend on his cold distance from Egyptian life and Egyptian productivity. The main symbolic moment, of course, at the beginning of chapter 6, domestic life continued. By now, Lane has adopted the native convention of taking over to Egyptian life, and having reached the enemy's door of the public rooms and habits of an Egyptian household, the social special wars are mixed together by him. He begins to discuss the intimate side of home life. Immediately, he must give some accounts of marriage and the marriage court ceremonies. As usual, the account begins with a general observation to abstain from marriage. When a man has attained a sufficient age and when there is no just impediment, he is esteemed by its system improper or even disreputable. Without transition, this observation is applied by Lincoln himself. When he is found guilty, the well-known paragraph he then recounts the pressure placed on him to get married, which he unflinchingly refused. Finally, after an friend even offered to arrange a marriage by convenience, after also refused by Lane, the whole sequence is abruptly terminated with a period and a dash. He resumes his general discussion with another general observation. Not only do we have here a typical Lane-esque interruption of the main narrative with untidy detail, we have also a firm and literal disengagement of the author from the protective process of Oriental society. The main narrative of his refusal to join the society described concludes with a dramatic hiatus. His story cannot continue, he seems to be saying, so long as he does not enter the intimacy of domestic life, and so he dropped from sight as a candidate for it. He literally abolished himself as a human subject by refusing to marry into human society. Thus, he preserves his authoritative identity as a mock participant and fosters the objectivity of his narrative. If we already knew that Lane was a non-Muslim, we now know too that in order for him to become an Orientalist instead of an Oriental, he had to deny himself the sensual enjoyment of domestic life. Moreover, he had also to avoid dating himself by entering the human life cycle. Only in this negative way could he retain his timeless authority as observer. Lane's choice was between living without inconvenience and discomfort and accomplishing his study of the modern Egyptians. The result of his choice is plainly to have made possible his definition of the Egyptians, since had he become one of them, his perspective would no longer have been antiseptically and asexually lexicographical. In two important and urgent ways, therefore, Lane gains scholarly credibility and legitimacy. First, by interfering with the ordinary narrative course of human life. This is the function of his colossal detail, in which the observing intelligence of a foreigner can introduce and then piece together massive information. The Egyptians are disinvolved for exposition, so to speak, and put together amazingly by Lane. Second, by disengaging from the generation of Egyptian Oriental life, this is the function of his subduing his animal appetite in the interest of disseminating information, not in and for Egypt, but in and for European learning at large. The objective was the imposition of a scholarly view on an untidy reality and an intentional shift away from the place of his residence to the scene of his scholarly action is the sort of miscreant fame in the annals of Orientalism. Useful knowledge such as his could only have been obtained, formulated, and diffused by such denials. Major works, his never complete Arabic lexicon and his uninspired translation of the Arabian Night consolidated the system of knowledge inherited by modern Egyptians. In both of his later works, his individuality has disappeared entirely as a creative presence, as of course as the variety of a narrative work. Lane the man appeared only in the official person of Antzero and free translator, Knights, and impersonal lexicographer, and being not the contemporary to the subject matter. Lane became, as Orientalist scholar of classical Arabic and classical Islam, his survival. But it is the form of the survival which is of interest. For Lane's legacy as a scholar mattered not to the Orient, of course, but to the institution and agency of European society. And these were either academic, official Orientalist societies, institutions, and agencies, or they were extra-academic in a very particular way, figuring in the world of later Europeans resident in the Orient. We read Lane's with the Egyptians not as a sort of Oriental lore, but as a work directed toward the growing appreciation of academic Orientalism. You will find it illuminating. The subordination of authentic ego to scholarly authority immense correspond exactly to the specialization and institutionalization of knowledge about the Orientals represented by the various Oriental societies. The Royal Asiatic Society was founded a decade before Len's book appeared, but its committee of correspondence, whose objects were to receive intelligence and inquiries relating to the arts, science, literature, history, and antiquities of the Orient, was the structural recipient of Len's fund of information, processed and formulated as it was. As for the diffusion of such fund, as Lens, there were not only the various societies of useful knowledge, but also, in an age where the original Orientalist program of commerce and trade with the Orient had become exhausted, the specialized learned societies whose product were both displaying the potential and actual values of disinterested scholarship, thus agricultural societies Asiatic states. To compose of the print grammar dictionaries and this is Len's work quoted. So, quote, compose of the print grammar dictionaries and other elementary books recognized as useful and indispensable for the study of those languages by appointed professor of Oriental languages. The subscription or by other means to contribute to the publication of the same kind of work undertaken in France or abroad. Requirements were are to copy either completely or in part those the art we found in Europe, translate or to make extract from them, to multiply their number by reproducing them either by engraving or by lithography, to make it possible for the authors of useful works on geography, history, the arts, and the science to acquire the means for the public to enjoy the fruits of their nocturnal labors, to draw the attention of the public by means of periodic collection devoted to Asiatic literature, to the scientific, literary, or poetic production of the Orient, and those of the same sort that regularly are produced in Europe. Those facts about the Orient that could be relevant to Europe, to those discoveries and work beforehand of which the Oriental people could become subject. These are the objective proposed for and by society as Asiatic. Orientalism organizes itself systematically as the acquisition of Oriental material and its regular dissemination as a form of specialized knowledge. One copy and bring forward memory. One acquired original text. One multiplied their number and diffused the widely. Even dispense knowledge in periodic form. Was into and produce system that learn what is work and sacrifices equal. The work in which his work assisted in the archive and the Orientalism was provided for the answer. There was to be a museum, says he said. This is a quote from Sisi. A vast record of objects of all kinds of drawings of original books, maps, on voyages, all offered to those who used to give themselves to the study of the Orient in such a way that each of these subject students would be able to feel himself transported as if by enhancement into the midst of, say, a Mongolian tribe or of the Chinese race, whichever might have made object of studies. It is possible to say that after the publication of elementary books on the Oriental language, nothing is more important than to learn the cornerstone of this museum, which I consider a living commentary on and application of dictionaries. So if any of you guys have ever heard the British Museum that a lot of comedians make jokes about, they make jokes about it because it is filled with stolen items from the Orient, the East, out of Middle East, Southeast Asia, Latin America, Central Asia, and much more. There is also a practice of the Orient where they didn't give them back because they think that it is better that those items are placed in their museum instead of in their respective countries, because they think that the West can appreciate the stolen item better than the owner of the stolen item. sound logic. Who could argue with that? Turjuman derives nicely from the Arabic turjuman, meaning interpreter, intermediary, or spokesman. On one hand, Orientalism applies the Orient as literally and as widely as possible. On the other, it domesticated knowledge to the West, filtering through regulatory codes, classifications, specimen cases, periodical reviews, dictionaries, grammar, commentaries, edition, translation, all of which together form a single front of the Orient and reproduce it materially in the West, for the West. The Orient, in short, would be converted from the person who sometimes got the testimony of interpret voyagers and residents into impersonal recognition by a whole array of scientific workers. It would be converted from the consecutive experience of individual research into a sort of imaginary museum without walls, where everything gathered from the huge existence and varieties of Oriental culture become categorically Oriental. It would be reconverted, restructured from the bundle fragments brought piecemeal by explorer, expedition, commissions, armies, and merchants into lexicographical, biographical, bibliographical, departmentalized, and textualized Orientalist sense. By the middle of the 19th century, the Orient had become, as the Israelis say, a career, one in which one could remake and restore not only the Orient, but also oneself. The end of chapter 2 part 3, and I'm at 166. At least freedom it's really good, but yeah, it's a lot to read. It's a lot to go through. Not because it's complex menu, it's just long and a lot to remember. I think people cannot differentiate between complexity and just a lot. For a lot, you can just read more and more, and then eventually your knowledge will help you to understand those subjects. But for complexity, it's like sometimes reading more is not enough. There is other things that you need to be done, like acquiring skills and so on. For historical knowledge, you just need to read more. I don't think I'm listening yet. I still want to read more. I respect reading more matters. It is more precise. It's more about the shape of your body. It's more about weight. relationship with strangers on the internet and not the parasocial. This is unwanted advice, but what the hell? Don't guys this one. I'm sending this one. don't understand. Can her boyfriend apply for college himself? What? That's what I'm saying. What do you? dear. Chapter 2 Part 4 Pilgrims and Pilgrimage, British and France. Every European traveler who has been in the Orient has had to protect himself from its uncertain influences. Someone like Lamb ultimately rescheduled and resituated Orient when he came to write about it. The eccentricities of Oriental life, with its odd calendar, its exotic spatial configurations, its hopelessly strange languages, its seemingly prosperous morality, were reduced considerably when they appear as a series of detailed items presented in a normative European prose style. It is correct to say that in Orientalizing the Orient, Lane not only defined but edited it. He excised from it what, in addition to his own human sympathies, might have ruffled the European sensibility. In most cases, the Orient seemed to have offended sexual propriety. Writing about the Orient, or at least Lane's Orient in a cheap, exuded dangerous sex, writing hygiene and domestic singleness with an excessive freedom of intercourse, as Lane put it more irrepressibly than usual. There were other sort of plots than sex, all of whom were related to European discreetness and irrationality of time, space, and personal identity. In the Orient, one certainly confronted unimaginable antiquity, inhuman beauty, boundless distance. This could be put to use more innocently, as it were, if they were all in written part, not directly experienced. In parents, Kayor, in the Westlaser witty one, in Fucus Orientalis, the Orient is a form of release, a place of original opportunity, whose keynote was to include Shanghai. Not just in this weather, northwest and south disintegrate, from coast, empire tremble, fly away, and the pure east as the patriots are. On our return to the Orient, door England and Inlisten, Willix Mentlisen, Keklechen in des Osprungs, Gave Tringle. Their impurity and righteousness will I go back to the profound origin of the human race, seeing it as completion and confirmation of everything one had imagined. God is the Orient, God is the Occident, northern and southern lands, repose in the peace of his hand. The Orient with its poetry, its atmosphere, its possibilities was written with papers like Hafiz, Ambrecht's, Boundless, poet said older and younger than the Europeans, before Hugo, and Gregor the movie, and Madeleine Dupacha. The fierceness and inordinate melancholy of Orientals was motivated not by actual fear of life or discerning closeness, but by Florian George Sale, whose learning work translated by corresponder into useful information for the sublimely trained poet. What Orientalists like Lane, Sassy, Renan, Coleman, Jones, not to mention the description legally thick, other panels make available, deliberate or exploited. We must recall now our earlier discussion of the three types of work dealing with the Orient and based upon actual residence there. The rigorous exigencies of knowledge forth from Orientalist writing, a material sensibility, hence Lane's self-exertion, and hence also the kind of work we enumerated. As for types 2 and 3, the self is therefore prominently subservient to a voice whose job it is to dispense real knowledge, type 2, or dominating and mediating everything we are told about the Orient, type 3. If from one end of the 19th century to the other, after Napoleon, that is, the Orient was a place of pilgrimage, and every major work belonged to genuine, if not always from academic Orientalism, to get form, style, and intention from the idea of pilgrimage there. In this idea, as in so many other forms of Orientalist writing we have been discussing, the romantic idea of restorative reconstruction draws from academicism is the principal source. Every pilgrim sees things his own way, but there are limits to what a pilgrim can do. They are shape and form can take. approach it reveals our pilgrimage to the Orient passed through and had to pass through. The typical land was built in black-water house, particularly brutally black and pronounced incredibly fecund, following some portion of Judeo-Christian or Greco-Roman actuality. As these pilgrims to Orientalist Orient, the origin of Orientalist scholars accounted to be found, such as the Bible, the Crusade, Islam, Napoleon, and Alexander were redoubtable predecessors to be reckoned. Not only those random Oriental repeated pilgrims musing in private fantasies, its very antecedents place barrier between the contemporary traveler and society, unless, as was the case with Narva and Snowball, in the use of blame. Orientalists who is suffered from the library and how in the aesthetic object. My division is that Orientalist writing is to circumscribed by the official requirement of Orientalist learning. The pilgrimage to Bram claimed solemnly that he conducted his voyages exclusively for his own sake. The last days remains polluted. The approach begin never limit his daily burden. How undertook their pilgrimage and would describe the mustiness of the existing Orientalist record. Their writing was the fasting repository of Oriental experience. But as we shall see, even this project, usually but not always, will solve itself into the reductionism of the Orientalistic. There is another that, and they have very much to do with the nature of the pilgrims, his mode of writing, and the intentional work of his form of his work. What was the Orient for the individual traveler in the early 19th century? Consider first the differences between an English speaker and a French speaker. For the former, the Orient was India, of course, next for British possession. To pass through the Near Orient was therefore to pass en route through a major colony. Already then, the room available for imaginative play was limited by realities to administration, territorial legality, and executive power. Scott, English, Disraeli, Burton, and even George Eliot, whose Daniel Deronda The Orient Has Planned was made for it, are writers like Lane himself and John before him, for whom the Orient was defined by material possession, by material imagination as it were. England had defeated Napoleon, defeated France. What the Englishmen surveyed was invaluable to know which by the 1880s had become an important part of British held territory. For the Mediterranean to India, where Egypt, Syria or Turkey as well as England was a matter of during the realm of political will, political management, political definition. The territorial imperative was extremely compelling, even for so unrestrained a writer as Disraeli, whose manuscript is not merely an Oriental law, but an exercise in the astute political management of actual forces on actual territories. In contrast, the French pilgrim was imbued with a sense of acute loss in the Orient. He came there to a place in which France, unlike Britain, had no sovereign presence. The Mediterranean echoed with the sound of French defeats, from the Crusades to Napoleon. What was to become known as La Mission Civilisation began in the 19th century as a political second base to Britain's presence. Consequently, French pilgrims were forming on planned and projected for imaging romantic of a place that were principally in their minds. They constructed schemes for a typically French, perhaps even a European concert in the Orient, which of course they suppose would be orchestrated by them. There was the Orient of memories, suggestive rooms, forgotten secrets, hidden correspondence, and an almost virtuosic style of feeling. An Orient whose highest literary forms will be found in Nerval and Flaubert, both of whose work was solidly fixed in an imaginative, unrealizable, except aesthetically dimension. This was also true to a certain extent of scholarly French travelers in the Orient. Most of them were interested in biblical past or in the Crusades. As Sandy Bordeaux could argue in his voyage to the Orient, to the names we must add at Hassan al-Mulki's suggestion the names of Oriental mystics, including Patromer, Saucy, the explorer to Dead Sea, Renan as Phoenician anthropologist, Judas, the student of Phoenician language, Catavato and De Vermeer, who studied the Ansarians, Ismailis, and Seljuks. Clement Grenoble, who explored Judea, and the Marquis de Foch, whose work centered on Palmyrene epigraphy. In addition, there were the whole school Egyptologists descended from Napoleon and Mariette, a school that will later include Maspero and Leclerc. As an image of difference between realities and French fantasies, it is worthwhile recalling the word in Cairo on the occupying Ludovic Lepic, which commented sadly in 1884, 2 years after the British occupation had begun. The Orient was more outlaw, and the man, ever the racist, condemned the British suppression. Only man, ever the racist, condemned the British suppression of Arab nationalist rebellion, which otherwise greater wisdom he said was a disgrace to civilization. Brits. Unlike Napoleon, the 19th century French pilgrims did not seek scientific so much as an exotic yet especially attractive reality. This is obviously true of the literary pilgrims, beginning with Chateaubriand, who found in the Orient a local sympathetic to their private needs, obsession, and requirements. Here we notice how all pilgrims, but especially the French one, exploit the Orient in their own work, in their work so as in some urgent way to justify their existential vocation, only when there is no cognitive purpose in writing that the Orient was the outpouring of self seems somewhat under control. Lamartine, for example, written about himself, no sort of France as a power in the Orient, that second ordered by views and finally controls intricate good and style to his soul, his memory, and his imagination. The pilgrim, like her English, could surely see the moment his self or his subject as they did, and Burton and P. Lawrence, of whom the former version actually begins Muslim pilgrimage, and the latter what he called a reverse pilgrimage away from Mecca, delivered messages of historical, political, and social Orientalism that were never as free of their egos as lands were of his. This is why Burton, Lawrence, and Charles Doughty occupy a middle position between Land and Chateaubriand. Chateaubriand literally the Paris à Jerusalem et de Jerusalem à Paris, 1810 to 1811, records the detail of a journey undertaken in 1805 to 1806, after he had traveled in North America. In many hundreds of pages bear witness to his author admission that the value of colonial one so much so that Scanham, no self-abnegating writer himself, could find Chateaubriand's value as a chronological traveler with the result of his thinking egotism. He felt a very lot of personal objective and supposition to the Orient and not to turn there, and proceeded thereafter to push people, places, and ideas around the Orient as if nothing could resist his imperious imagination. Chateaubriand came to the Orient as a constructed figure, not as a true self. For his Bonaparte was the last crusader. He in turn was the last Frenchman who left his country to travel in the Holy Land with the ideas, goals, and the same note of a pilgrim of former times. But there were other reasons. Symmetry. Having been to the New World and seen its momentum of nature, he needed to complete his circle of studies by visiting the Orient and its momentum of knowledge, as he had studied Roman and Celtic antiquity. All that was left for him was the ruins of Athens, Memphis, and Carthage. Self-completion. He needed to replenish his stock of images, confirmation of the importance of the religious spirit. Religion is a kind of universal language understood by all men, and what better to observe it than there is the Orient, even in lands where comparatively low religion like Islam held away. Above all, they need to see things not as they were, but as Chateaubriand supposed they were. The Quran was delivered by Muhammad, included ni principle de civilisation, ni principe qui puisse deliver the character. His book continued, more or less freely inventing as he went along, preaches neither hatred of tyranny nor love of liberty. To so previously considered a figure of such as Chateaubriand, the Orient was a decrepit canvas awaiting his restorative efforts. The Oriental Arab was civilized man falling into a savage state. No wonder then that as he watched Arabs trying to speak French, Chateaubriand felt like Robinson Crusoe, thrilled by hearing his parents speak for the first time. You. True, there were places like Bethlehem, whose etymology means Chateaubriand was completely wrong, in which one found again some semblance of real, that is, European, civilization. But those were few and far between. Everywhere one encountered Orientals, Arabs whose civilization, religion, and manners were so low, barbaric, and antithetical as to merit their conquest. The Crusades, he argued, were not aggression. They were a just Christian counterpart to Omar's arrival in Europe. Besides, he added, Even if the crusade in their modern of original form were aggression, the issue they raised transcends such question of ordinary mortality. What a guy! Quote, the crusades were not only about the deliverance of the holy specular culture, but more about knowing which would win on the earth, thought they were civilization's enemy, systematically for people to ignorance. This was Islam, of course, to deposition, to slavery, while thought they had caused to reawaken in modern people the genius of a safe antiquity and a police-based servitude. End quote. This is the first significant mention of an idea developed while an almost unbearable, next to mindless authority in European writing. The theme of Europe teaching the Orient the meaning of liberty, which is an idea that jatuh brand in everyone uttering belief that Orientals, and especially Muslims, know nothing about. Quote, of liberty they know nothing, of propriety they have none, force is their God. When they go for long periods without seeing conquerors who do heavenly justice, they have the air of soldiers without a leader, citizen without legislator, and a family without a father. End quote. Already in 1810, we have a European talking like Romer in 1910, arguing that Orientals require conquest and finding it no paradox that a Western conquest of the Orient was not conquest after all, but liberty. Jatuh brand puts the whole idea in romantic redemptive terms of a giant Christian mission to revive a dead world, to quicken in it a sense of its own potential, one which only a European can discern under a lifeless and degenerate surface. For the traveler, this means that he must use the Old Testament and the Gospel as his guide in Palestine. Only in this way can the apparent degeneration of the modern Orient be gotten beyond. Yet Jatuh brand senses no irony in the fact that his tool and his vision will reveal nothing to him about the modern Oriental and his destiny. What matters about the Orient is what it lets happen to Jatuh brand, what it allows his spirit to do, what it permits him to reveal about himself, his idea, his expectation. The liberty that so concerns him is no more than his own release from the Orient's hostile race. What his release allows him to go is directly back into the realm of imagination and imaginative interpretation. Description of the Orient is obliterated by the sign and the pattern foisted upon it by the imperial ego, which makes no secret of its power. If in Lens prose we watch the ego disappear so that the Orient may appear in all its realistic detail, in Jatuh brand, the ego dissolves itself in the contemplation of wonders it creates, and then is reborn, stronger than ever, more able to savor its power and enjoy its interpretation. Quote, when one traveling Judeo and first a great ennui grips the heart, but when passing from one solitary place to another, space stretches out without limit before you, slowly the ennui dissipates, and one feels a secret terror, which found from the present soul, give its forehead and elevate one's native genius. Extraordinary things are disclosed from all parts of earth walk over by miracles, the burning sun, the impetuous eagle, the sterile fig tree, all of poetry, all the scenes from scripture are present here. Every name encloses a mystery, every grotto declares the future, every summit retains within it the accent of a prophet. God himself has spoken from the shores, the arid torrents, the riven rocks, the open tombs attest to the prodigy, but the search still seems struck down with terror, and one would say that he has still not been able to break silence it is hard to voice of the eternal. End quote. The partly passage revealing an experience of Pascalian terror does not merely reduce one's self-confidence. It miraculously stimulates it. The barren landscape time forth like an illuminated text presenting itself to the scrutiny of a very strong, fortified ego. Jatuh brand has transcended the object. If frighteningly, we are able to control the agreement so that we may stand in an original and creative relationship to it. By the end of the passage, he is no longer a modern man, a visionary seer, more or less contemporary with God. If the Judean desert had been silent since God spoke there, it is Jatuh brand who can hear the silence, understand its meaning, and his reader make the desert speak again. The desert cuckoo. The bridge. Great gives some similar intuition, which had no budget of drama to represent undeveloped American mysteries, behind inner power, as well as resonating imagining to Christian Islam, and allows people to the fields of interpretation to relate eternally. Eternally, no longer is the author dealing with natural primitivity and romantic sentiment. Here, he is dealing with eternal creativity and divine originality themselves. Stories in the biblical Orient that they were first deposited, and they have remained there in unmediated and latent form. Of course, they cannot be simply grasped. They must be aspired to, not achieved by Jatuh Priang. And it is this ambitious purpose that the itinerary is made to serve. Just as in the text, Jatuh Priang's ego must be reconstructed radically in order to get the job done. Unlike Lamb, Jatuh Priang attempts to consume the Orient. He not only appropriates it, he represents and speaks for it, not in history but beyond history, in a timeless dimension of a completely healed world where man and land, God and man are as one. In Jerusalem, therefore, at the center of his vision and at the ultimate end of his pilgrimage, he granted himself a sort of total reconciliation with the Orient. The Orient is Jewish, Christian, Muslim, Greek, Persian, Roman, and finally, France. He was moved by the pride of the Jew, but he judged that they do serve along with his general vision, and as a portrait one of it, the Christian is very important to his Christian vindictiveness. But he said, has chosen a new people, and he is not the Jews. He makes another concession to terrestrial reality, however. If Jerusalem is put into his itinerary and his final extraterrestrial goal, Egypt provides him with material for a political exercise. His idea for Egypt supplements his pilgrimage nicely. The magnificent Nile Delta moves him to assert that, quote, I found only the memories of my glorious continent forth of those magnificent plains. I saw the remains of monument of a new civilization, brought to the banks of the Nile by the genius of France, end quote. The entitlement of this guy. Fuck's sake. Take another tea break. I'm still going to read, but after the tea break, I want to reply to some more letters. Everything is still you, under the teller. Just say that's rough, buddy. Get well. Feel better soon. Unfortunately, sometimes the cliche answer is the only answer. You're asking me? I'm supposed to be taking a break now. I just finished 95 job 3 hours ago. And not even 3 hours ago. A couple of hours ago. That's so dumb. It's enough rest for the day. Not for the day, I mean for now. Maybe I'm not having enough rest, but you know what? I'm continuing my read. But these ideas are put in nostalgic mode because in Egypt, Chateaubriand believes he can equate the absence of friends with the absence of free government ruling happy people. Besides, after Jerusalem, Egypt appears to be the only kind of spiritual decline. After political commentary on his story states, Chateaubriand asks himself the routine question about difference as a result of historical development. How can this degenerate stupid mob Muslims have come to inhabit the same land whose vastly different owners impress Herodotus and Diodorus? This is a fitting valedictory to Egypt, which he leaves for Tunis. For Tunis, Qatar, Carthaginian ruins, and finally home. And he does one last thing of not in Egypt. Unable to do more than look at the pyramids from distance, he takes the trouble to send an emissary there to have him inscribe his Chateaubriand's name on a stone, heading for a benefit. One has to fulfill all the legal obligation of a pious traveler. This guy is so self-entitled, what the fuck? He will not ultimately give much more than amused attention to this charming bit of tourist TV banality. As a preparation, however, for the very last page of the itinerary, it is more important than at first glance. Reflecting on his 20-year project to study Tuesday Hazard and Tuesday Chagrins as an exam, Chateaubriand notes elegiacally how every one of his books has been in fact a kind of prolongation of his existence. A man with neither a home nor the possibility of acquiring one. He finds himself now well past his youth. If heaven accords him eternal rest, he promises to dedicate himself in silence to erecting a monument among a tree. What he is left without other however is his writing, which if his name will live, has been enough, and if he will not live, has been too much. This closing lines and aspect of Chateaubriand's interest in getting his name inscribed on pyramids. You will have understood that his egoistic Oriental memoirs supply us with a constantly demonstrated and indefatigably performed experience of self. Willingness was an act of life for Chateaubriand, for whom nothing, not even a distant piece of stone, must remain gratefully untouched by him if he was to stay alive. of reminds me of, I think it's Diogenes who say, what do you want in life? To be remembered? If so, just carve your name on a stone and throw it to the ocean. That's basically what Chateau Brown did. Unironically. The other play narrative was to be felt by scientific authority and enormous detail, then Chateau Brown was to be transformed into the assertive view of an egoistic, highly volatile individual, whereas Lane would sacrifice his ego to the Orientalist community. That's fun. Chateau Brown would find everything he said, but the Orient wholly dependent on his ego. Yeah, I kind of figured that out. Yeah, fully after him. Yet neither writer could conceive of his posterity as continuing on fully after him. Lane entered the impersonality of a technical discipline. His work would be used, but not as a human document. Chateau Brown, on the other hand, saw that his writing, like the token inscription of his name on a pyramid, would signify his self. If not, if he had not succeeded in prolonging his life by writing, it would be merely excessive superfluous. Even if all travelers to the Orient after Chateau Brown and Lane have taken their work down in some cases, even to the extent of copying from them verbatim, their legacy embodies the fate of Orientalism and the option for which it was limited. Either one about science like Lane or personal utterance like Chateau Brown. The problem with the former were its impersonal Western confidence that description of general collective phenomena were possible, and its tendency to make reality not so much out of the Orient as out of his own observations. The problem with personal utterance was that it inevitably recreated the position equating the Orient with private fantasy, even if that fantasy was of a very high order indeed. Aesthetically speaking, in the case of course, Orientalism enjoyed a powerful influence on how the Orient was described and characterized. But what that influence always prevented at the end of the day was some sense of the Orient that was neither impossibly general nor imperturbably private. Turning into Orientalism for the late sense of an Oriental human and social reality as a contemporary inhabitant of the modern world is to look in vain. The influence of the two options I've described, Lane's and Chateau Brown's, British and French, is a great deal of the reason for this omission. The growth of knowledge, particularly specialized knowledge, is a very slow process. Far from being merely additive or cumulative, the growth of knowledge is a process of selective accumulation, displacement, deletion, rearrangement, and insistence within what has been called a research consensus. The legitimacy of such knowledge as Orientalism was during the 19th century stemmed not from religious authority, as had been the case before the Enlightenment, but from what we can call the restorative situation of anti-Islamic authority. Beginning with Cecil, the learned Orientalist attitude was that of a scientist who surveyed a series of textual fragments, which he thereafter edited and arranged as a restorer of all sketches might put a series of them together for the cumulative picture they implicitly represent. Consequently, amongst themselves, Orientalists treat each other works in the same citationary way. Burton, for example, would deal with the Arabian Nights or with Egypt indirectly through Lane's work by citing his predecessors, challenging him even though he was granting him very great authority. Nerva's own voyage to the Orient was by way of Lamartine, and the latter's by way of Chateau Brown. In short, as a form of growing knowledge, Orientalism resorted mainly to citation of predecessor scholars in the field for its nutriment. Even when new materials came his way, the Orientalists judged them by borrowing from predecessors as scholars so often do, their perspective, ideologies, and guiding thesis. In a very strict way then, Orientalists after Cecil Lane rewrote Cecil Lane, After Chatterton, pilgrims who brought him into contemporary writing, the actuaries of the modern Orient were systematically excluded, especially when gifted pilgrims like Nerva and Fulcrum preferred less description to what their eyes and minds showed them immediately. This problem also still happens in modern era, especially in YouTuber essays. Sometimes some essays, because it's the only generic description of the YouTubers. Their essay often cites other YouTubers that doesn't cite any resources. There's no resources at all, not even reality, not even factual, provable evidence. So it's just a game of phone of misinformation, because the first sentence that was uttered, the source itself was misinformation. When it is cited, it is still misinformation. When it is cited again, it is still misinformation. It's what happened here with Chatterton and Lane and Orientalism and how the West learned about the East. It's just a long line of game of phone of misinformation, unfortunately. It reminds me of there's a lot of war going on in the West, especially in America, where the poll said, do you want school to teach Arabic numerals? And most people will answer with no, they don't want Arabic numerals to be taught in their school. Arabic numerals is the current numeral system that we use in the world today. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know why that took me too long. But that's Arabic numeral. And the fact that most of Americans, like 60%, more than 50%, answered no, they don't want Arabic numerals to be taught, is partly because of this Orientalism belief that has been so glued to their society. So it's hard to let it go, even now, for a lot of people. Not everyone, to be fair, but still, it's too much. Anyway, in the system of knowledge about the Orient is less a place than topos, a set of references, a congeries of characteristics that seems to have surging in a quotation or a fragment of a text or citation from someone's work on the Orient, or some bit of previous imagining, or an amalgam of all this. Direct observation or circumstantial description of the Orient are the fictions that is presented by writing on the Orient, that invariably these are totally secondary to systemic tests of another sort. In Lamartine, Nerva, and Flaubert, the Orient is a representation of canonical material guided by an aesthetic and executive rule capable of producing interest in the reader. Yet, in our writer, Orientalism also of faculty is asserted. Even though I have said earlier, the narrative consciousness is given a very large role to play. What we shall say is that for all its eccentric individuality, this narrative consciousness will end up by being aware, like Fulford and Pessuset, that pilgrimage is after all a form of hoping. When he began his trip to the Orient in 1833, Lamartine did so. He said, as something he had always dreamed about, "Un voyage en Orient était comme du grand acte de ma vie étrangère." He is a bundle of predisposition, sympathies, biases. He hates the Romans and Cathars and loves Jews, Egyptians, and Hindus, whose Dante he claims he will become. Armed with a formal first adieu to France, in which he lists everything that he plans to do in the Orient, he embarks to the for the east. At first, everything he encounters either confirm his poetic prediction or realize his propensity for knowledge. That he has trust and hope in the circle of the desert. The Orient is the patrimony of imagination. The Arabs are primitive people. Biblical poetry is engraved on the land of Lebanon. The Orient testifies to the attractive largeness of Asia and to Greece's comparative smallness. Soon after, he reached Palestine. However, he becomes the incorrigible maker of an imaginary Orient. He alleged that the plains of Canaan appear to be the best advantage in the works of Poussin and Lorraine. From being a translation, as he called it earlier, his fluid tongue turned into prayer, which exercises memory, soul, and heart more than it does his eyes, mind, or spirit. His candid announcements completely unlooses Lamartine's analogic and reconstructive and undisciplined zeal. Christianity is a religion of imagination and recollection, and since Lamartine considered that he typified the pious believer, he endorsed himself accordingly. A catalog of his tendencies to observation would be interminable. A woman he sees reminds himself of Heidi in Don Juan. The relationship between Jesus and Palestine is like that between Rousseau and Jennifer. The actual river Jordan is less important than the mysteries it gives rise in one's soul. Oriental and Muslim in particular are lazy. Their politics are capricious, passionate, and futureless. Another woman reminds him of a passage in Atala. If the tasso, outside the piano, whose antecedent travel seems often to harass Lamartine's otherwise heedless egoism. Got the holy Rembrandt and so on and on and on. His pages on Arabic poetry, about which he discourses with supreme confidence, betray no discomfort at his total ignorance of the language. All that matters to him is that his travel in the Orient revealed to him how the Orient literally decrees his prodigies, and that he is appointed poet in the West. With no trace of self-irony, he announced, quote, "This Arab land is the land of prodigies. Everything sprouts there, and every credulous or fanatical man can become a prophet there on his turn." End quote. He has become a prophet merely by the fact of residence in the Orient. These tourists, for fuck's sake, these tourists, these Western tourists. Ideally, narrative Lamartine has achieved the purpose of his pilgrimage to the Holy Culture. The beginning and end point of all time and space, he has internalized reality enough to want to retreat from it back from pure contemplation, solitude, philosophy, and poetry. Rising above the merely geographical Orient, he is transformed into a latter-day Utopian, surveying the East as if it were a personal or at the very least a French province, ready to be disposed of by the European powers. From being a traveler and pilgrim in the world and space, Lamartine has become an transpersonal ego, identifying himself in power and consciousness with the whole of Europe. What he sees before him is the Orient in the process of his immeasurable future dismemberment, being taken over and concentrated by European suzerainty. Thus, in Lamartine's claim, the fashion of the Orient is recalled as European right to power over it. That's usually what it leads to. Woohoo, I'm a tourist. I'ma go here. Ooh, this place looks so good, but it can look better if I were to own it. Stop! What is our suzerainty thus defined and concentrated as a European right will consist principally in the right to occupy one or another territory, as well as the coast in order to found there either free cities or European colonies or commercial ports of call. End quote. Now to Lamartine stop at this. He climbs still higher to the point where the Orient, where he has just seen and where he has just been, is reduced to nation without territory, battery, life loss of security, nation without territory, again, Palestine. Waiting anxiously for the center of European occupation, or for fuck's sake. Another vision of the Orient, related to Orientalism, there is no recapitulation, literally, as entire as this one. The Lamartine as pilgrims to the Orient has involved not only the generation to Orient by various consciousness, but also the virtual elimination of that consciousness as a result of its ascension to a kind of impersonal and fundamental control of the Orient. The Orient sexual identity is withered away into a set of consecutive fragments. Lamartine's recollective observation, which are later to be gathered up and brought forth as a restated Napoleonic dream of world hegemony, whereas Lane's human identity disappeared into the scientific creed of his Egyptian classification. Lamartine considers transgresses normal form completely. So doing, he repeats Chateaubriand's journey and his vision, only to move on beyond them, into sphere of the salient and Napoleonic abstract, by which words and population are movable like so many casual vehicles. What remains of the Orient is Lamartine's prose is not very substantial at all. Its geopolitical reality has been overlaid with his plain truth. The site he has visited, the people he has met, the experience he has had, are reduced to a few echoes in his pompous generalization. The rest there is a particular thing being rubbed out and a some quality with which the Philippine Orient can do. Again, the transcendent cross-national equation of Lamartine, we must place Nirvana in a contrast. The Oriental laws play substantial role in the cultural field. A much greater one than Lamartine Montreal volumes in his own field. Yet all of them, like Lamartine, came to the Orient prepared for it by voluminous reading in the classic, modern literature, and academic Orientalism. About his preparation, Robert was much more candid than Napoleon. His last village to Jew says it is ingenuity that all he knew about the Orient was a half-forgotten memory from his school education. The evidence of his voice and Orient likely contradicts this, although it shows much less systematic and disciplined knowledge of Orientalia than Robert. More important, however, the fact that both writers, Narva in 1842 to 1843 and Booktuber in 1839 to 1850, had greater personal and aesthetic views for their visit to the Orient than any other 19th century travelers. It is not inconsequential that both were geniuses to begin with, and that both were thoroughly the aspect of European culture that encounters a sympathetic, purpose, vision of the Orient. Naval and Robert are the community of thought and feeling described by Marie Trust in the Colonial Alchemy. A community follows the imagery of concept players, the purpose of ceremonies, majestic faces, like Pascal, Lightning, a fascination with the macabre, with the notion of a vital wall, with secrecy and occultism, all combined to enter the literary world of Salford by Gautier, himself fascinated by the Orient. James Banner, Baudelaire, and Wisman, or Narva and Robert, such remarkable as Cleopatra, Selene, and Isis, have a special significance and it was by no means accidental that in their work of the Orient, as well as in their visits to it, they preeminently valorize and enhance female type of this legendary, richly suggestive and associative soul. Again, a psychosexual projection. In addition to their general cultural attitudes, Narva and Robert brought to the Orient a personal mythology whose concern and even structure required the Orient. Both men were taught by the Oriental Renaissance as queen and others as the final. They sought the invigoration provided by the fabulously antique and the exotic. For each rival, the Oriental pilgrimage was a quest for something relatively personal. Robert, seeking a homeland as the entrepreneur has scouted, in the looking south of the origin of religions, vision, and classical antiquity. Narva, seeking, or rather following, the traces of his personal sentiment and dreams, lifetime zoological for him. For both writers, the Orient was a place cafe of deja vu, and fulfilled with the absolute economy typical of our nature, aesthetic imagination. It was a place of the return after the actual voyage had been completed, for neither of them was the Orient exhausted by their uses of it. Even if there is often a quality of disappointment, disenchantment, or demystification to be found in their Oriental writings. The paramount importance of Narva and Robert to a study such as this of the Orientalist mind in the 19th century is that the previous work that is connected to and depends upon the kind of Orientalism we have so far discussed, yet remains independent from it. First, there is the matter of their work scope. Narva produces with an Orient as a collection of notes, sketches, stories, and fragments. His preoccupation Engaging with the Orient is to be found as well in the schemas, in his letters, and some special and other close writings. Robert writing with both before and after his visit is sought in the Orient. The Orient appears in the form of the Pleiad, and the first person of Latentation descent Antonina, and two other questions as well in the Herodias Salambo, and the numerous leading notes, scenarios, and unfinished stories still available to us, which have been very intelligently studied by Brunel. There are echoes of Orientalism in Flaubert's outer major novel too. In Mount, both novel and Flaubert continually elaborated their Oriental material and absorbed it variously into the special structure of their personal aesthetic project. This is not to say, however, that the Orient is incidental to their work. Rather, by contrast with such matter as Lane, from whom both men borrowed shamelessly, Chatterton, Lambertine, Renan, Sassy, their Orient was not so much grasped, appropriated, reduced, or quote, codified as lived-in, exploited aesthetically and imaginatively as a roomy place full of possibility. What mattered to them was the structure of their work as an independent aesthetic and personal fact, and not the ways by which, if one wanted to, one could effectively dominate or set down the Orient graphically. Their egos never absorbed the Orient, nor totally identified the Orient with documentary and textual knowledge of it, with official Orientalism itself. On the other hand, therefore, the scope of their Oriental work exceeds the limitation imposed by orthodox Orientalism. On the other hand, the subject of their work is more un-Oriental or Orientalistic, even though they did their own Orientalism of the Orient. But quite consciously, learning the limitation and the challenges presented by the Orient and by knowledge about it. Malcolm, for example, felt that he had to infuse Odysseus with vitality since he says, and quote, "The sky and the sea are together, the oriental sky and the Indian sky give each other the sacred piece of what is nothing, but the word is that because man has killed it, and the gods has fled," end quote. Started at 145, so it's about 40 pages. And the string we still want to read 40. Let's view some more requests. this the same guy as before? I don't want to be too mean since I don't know their age. It could be just a kid. This is the same guy, right? Sure of them. I don't know.
Booktuber.